Good morning, everybody. The contact group on HFC 23 just finished, so I see people coming back into the room. So please take your seats. I hope everybody had a good night's sleep after the nice reception we had. So I think that was really good to have some time to spend in a leisurely way together. And time flies when we're having fun. So let's make good use of the time for the 3 days we have left to finalize everything here in Bangkok. First of all, I would like to come back to the contact groups and reporting back, and also on agenda item 3G, where India requested to have some time on the CRP on very short-lived substances, and then we would continue with the agenda on the potential impacts of the coronavirus, very shortly on the strengthening of the Montreal Protocol and energy efficiency. So we hope to get through these items as far as possible this morning. The more time we have, the more to finish things today, the more time we will have for contact groups tomorrow. I would like to first of all to request co-chairs of the contact group on replenishment to report back. So the contact group on replenishment, who will report back? I see that Belgium would like to have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Co-Chair. So we had the opportunity yesterday to have a 1-hour meeting during the lunchtime, which was quite constructive, I have to say. We had the opportunity to raise the first questions to the team about some aspects of the report they submitted. And we are not still entering the real substance of the discussion, defining the terms of reference for the supplementary report, but we are more clarifying different aspects that have been presented. So I think the mood is quite constructive for the time being, but of course we are just at the beginning of the discussion, so we would like you to allocate us for more time, possibly today, to continue the discussions.
Thank you for reporting back, and I think I'm quite sure that the mood will be good under the chairmanship of the two of you. So, and you need some more time, and I think the secretariat will look for the time to be, let's say, reserved for your contact group. Then on the contact group, on the terms of reference for the next quadrennial assessment. Not sure who will report back from. I see that USA. Cindy, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. We did sit down and have our first meeting. It was quite short, given many people were looking forward to the very, very nice reception we had yesterday. But we did have an opportunity for an introduction of the CRP generally, and for parties to give first reactions and provide information on topics that they did not see included in the draft CRP that they also would like to see included in the terms of reference for the panels. So at this stage, we have done just a very preliminary discussion. My understanding is on the portal for the contact group, we will have posted today the CRP with a red line strikeout comparison to the terms of reference for the 2022 assessment panel quadrennial reports. And we will also have the list of topics as a separate document. So those documents should be available for parties to review throughout the day on the portal. And then we would ask for additional time, if the co-chairs can provide additional time for us so that we can continue to make progress on the terms of reference. We realize it's a busy agenda, but we do hope that you will find time for us to continue this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this report back, and indeed there will be more time available for your contact group, so to make some more progress. Then I would like to go to the contact group on HFC 23, and Heidi from Germany asked for the floor, so please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. So we had a good first discussion this morning. We started off with the discussion whether it is premature to talk about the CRP ahead of the MOP, but we then agreed to have a first discussion of the operative paragraphs on the understanding that, of course, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. And we could already make some progress and had some clarifications, but we would need more time to run through the other paragraphs. So we hope that we will be allocated more time to have further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you for this good and brief progress report, and indeed you also will have some time available this week for continuation of the discussions in your contact group. Thank you. Then we go through agenda item 3G on the very short-lived substances. India requested to have some more time to look into the CRP, and that was presented by Canada and other parties. So please, India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and very good morning to all of you. So we once again thank the proponents of the CRP on short-lived substances. Mr. Co-Chair, we need to have a better understanding on the rationale for discussion on short-lived substances at this forum, as such substances do not have ozone-depleting potential and are dealt in other distinct multilateral environment agreements. HFCs, even though the phase down of production and consumption is addressed under the Montreal Protocol, the emissions of HFCs, except HFC 23, which is a byproduct of HCFC 22, are addressed under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement. As per our understanding, increase in emissions from short-lived substances could be due to its use as a feedstock for HFC production, which has gone up substantially in the recent past. In the process of HFC phase down, these emissions are also likely to be reduced. Having said this, we would like to have better understanding from the proponents of the CRP or from the SAP on how such emissions can deplete the stratospheric ozone layer. We also discussed this issue with some Article 5 parties yesterday evening and today morning. In view of the above, we feel the issue of very short-lived substances do not fall within the purview of the Montreal Protocol for further discussion. I thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, and I see that Kuwait would like to respond. Please, Kuwait.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. And I would like to thank the CRB, the countries which has submitted this CRB, and their aim to an environmental issues. But as the distinguished delegate from India was talking, that we have a consultation among us, and I think that we as an Article 5 party, we have a lot of things to do. And I think that the aim in the beginning was just to monitor it. And now when I read the CRB, it's so complex that I think that this is the beginning of bringing these substances to be controlled under Montreal, because we become, sorry to say it, we become like the old lady in the neighbor, which is a good faith, and everyone lean on her to take care of our children, our schools, our everything. I think that we have to use our resources in the good way and good manner. I think that the image was to monitor the sky and see if there is relevant. But if you read the CRB very carefully, we have to discuss the alternative, the production, the existing relevant issues. That is a complex text, and that will lead to another step. And I think, as the distinguished delegate from India was saying before me, I think this is not the place to engage within these substances that we are not controlled under Montreal Protocol, and we have to concentrate in our work and daily. We have a lot of things to do. We have a lot of things to monitor, and we have to concentrate in our job, and we are not in line to go through with this CRB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kuwait. I have Bahrain, China, and Argentina on my list, so Bahrain first.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، وأسعد الله صباحكم جميعا بكل خير. أود أن أعطي فرصة فقط للترجمة. Take your time. أوكي. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا، وبدوري أيضا أن هذا الوفد يشكر مقدمي الورقة، وأتفهم الجهود التي تبذل في هذا الإطار، ولكنني أيضا أدعم ما تفضلت به كل من الهند ودولة الكويت في الاتجاه، وأكتفي بالملاحظات التي قدمت من قبلهم. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Bahrain. Then I would like to give the floor to China.
谢谢联合主席。关于这个二氯甲烷的问题，我们也支持刚才印度、库威特等国家代表团的发言。首先，我们也希望 SAP 澄清一下报告里所说的，2023年消除二氯甲烷排放将实现40%到80%的消除所有 ODS 排放的效果。这个结论是，我们也认为这个二氯甲烷并不是蒙特利尔议定书这个公约的受控物质。与此同时呢，我们也注意到，作为生产 HFC 的原料，是这个二氯甲烷的主要用途之一。随着基加利修正案的实施过程中 ，HFC 的消减，二氯甲烷的浓度也会下降。SAP 在以往的报告中已经跟踪了二氯甲烷的问题。SAP 在这个方面继续跟踪相关变化即可。就像其他代表团说的，咱们把这个精力主要用在这个关于替代品或者这个消臭氧层物质的这个消减方面让来。谢谢。
Thank you, and I heard a request for SAP, so please be prepared. But first I go to Argentina.
Gracias, señor copresidente. Nosotros quisiéramos apoyar lo expuesto anteriormente por varias delegaciones, en particular, India, Kuwait, Bahrein. No estamos de acuerdo con tratar el CRP4 porque estamos entrando en terrenos que realmente no están controlados por el Protocolo de Montreal. Y en este sentido pensamos que no tenemos realmente mandato para hacerlo, y por otro lado debemos decir que después de lo que hemos estado tratando, digamos, en el workshop y en estos 2 días o un día de reunión, estamos realmente un poco preocupados de la cantidad de temas nuevos que se están queriendo introducir en el Protocolo de Montreal sin tener un mandato para tratarlos. Y por otro lado, creemos que esto nos está dispersando un poco sobre los temas que realmente tenemos que tratar en el Protocolo de Montreal. Es decir, por lo menos los países que tenemos que implementar las eliminaciones de los HFCs del artículo 5 ya hemos estado manifestando muchas de nuestras preocupaciones. Entonces creemos que realmente el protocolo de Montreal en este momento tiene muchos desafíos por indicación de las partes y por la enmienda de Kigali, como para dispersarnos en muchos temas que no son mandatos del protocolo de Montreal. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. I would like to go to Cuba. You were on my list. You requesting for the floor? Yes. Cuba and then the Russian Federation.
Well, buenos días, señor copresidente, y buenos días a todos en la sala. Nosotros deseamos expresar nuestro apoyo a lo que acaba de plantear la representante de la Argentina, fundamentalmente en el sentido de temas que son de vital importancia para los países artículo 5 y que yo creo que debemos comenzar a enfocarnos en los temas que de verdad, que ciertamente hoy son de alta preocupación para nuestros países. Fundamentalmente en este minuto, personalmente la delegación de Cuba ha en 2 ocasiones intervenido para hablar sobre Kigali y para tener respuestas de algún grupo de evaluación sobre temas Kigali, sobre capacidad de cumplimiento, sobre financiamiento. Son temas fundamentales, son temas vitales a tratar en esta reunión. No digo que lo que hemos hecho en los días anteriores no sea necesario, es necesario, muy importante, nos dota de mucha información, pero realmente también yo creo que hoy en el tercer día debemos irnos concentrando un poco más en los temas realmente de fuerza para poder implementar todos los planes que estamos proyectando tanto a nivel nacional como a nivel regional como a nivel global. Muchas gracias.
I have the Russian Federation and Switzerland on my list, and then I would like to go to SAP and then to Canada.
Спасибо, господин председатель. К сожалению, я не знаю, что говорили предыдущие ораторы, потому что на канале нашем шел арабский, китайский, испанский, которым я, к сожалению, не владею. Вот что-то можно сделать, чтобы все-таки на канале шел наш язык. Спасибо.
Can you please test if the Russian channel is working now? And just talk, and then you can see if the translation is there. Is it there already? Please. Is it corrected now, the Russian translation? It's working now? Okay. Thank you. Then I would like to go to Switzerland and then to SAP to answer the question that China posed, and then Canada and the US.
Thank you very much, and good morning, colleagues. We have noted the interventions of several parties stating their concern about new activities that would be required following this discussion on very short-lived substances. We sympathize with them because we know that it's to do things right, you have to dedicate some effort. Nevertheless, and I state this as Switzerland being co-sponsor to the CRP, it's not the intention to introduce new obligations, but it is above all, a request to not close the eyes, to listen to what the new scientific evidence shows. It is calling, above all, for more information from TEEP, and it is an encouragement to parties to avoid emissions where it's possible. And it is drawing also mainly on this information we got in the quadrennial, that this is one of the areas where in the present and the near future there's a big potential to avoid the, emissions of substances which are not controlled under the Montreal Protocol, but nevertheless having a significant impact on the ozone layer. So we would encourage parties that currently have the concern that this would put too big of an onus on the future work to reconsider and take a small step to get more information, to understand what can be done in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to go to Seb to answer the question that China posed.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I didn't quite get the question entirely from China, and I would request a bilateral with China to resolve that, if that would be all right.
China, Seb proposed to have a bilateral with you on that. Is that okay for you? China?
同意 OK。
Thank you for your flexibility. And then I would like to go to Canada, US.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning, delegates, and thank you for all the delegates that have shown interest this morning on the proposal on short-lived substances, in particular dichloromethane, CRP4. We were yesterday a little bit surprised that there were so few interventions on this issue, but it seems that there was some coordination that was needed, and we now have a number of interventions. Now, I understand that there are some delegations that wish not to discuss at all this issue, but I think it's worth just to try to understand maybe a little bit better the arguments that have been put forward. One of the first things we heard is that these substances, including DCM, is not a substance of concern for this body because it doesn't have an ozone depleting potential. Now, I think it's important to realize that it does have a potential to deplete the ozone layer, and it is actually responsible for a significant amount of ozone depletion. The fact that the SAP has not assigned to it a specific OEDP is related to the difficulty in actually calculating this ODP. It's not because it doesn't have an ozone depleting potential. But our understanding, and I guess we're going to turn back to the SAP on this, even though they asked to have a bilateral with China, I think that it was not a question just raised for China, but it was raised by India as well, that there was a need to better understand what is the impact of very short-lived substances, particularly DCM, on the ozone layer. And we think that there is a significant impact. It's not huge. But clearly, as presented by the SAP in its report, it's essentially the emissions of ozone-depleting substances that are remaining. A significant amount of those if not perhaps, half are related to the impact of DCM. So we're not sure, we'd like to really understand how a substance that is an ozone-depleting substance that is responsible for a significant ozone depletion and up to 4% of emissions of total chlorine loading at this stage is not an issue of concern for the Montreal Protocol. We think it is very much the job of the Montreal Protocol to deal with substances that attack the ozone layer. The other issue we heard is that we should not address issues that are addressed by other multilateral agreements. We're not aware of any multilateral agreement that addresses DCM. If there are, then we'd like to know about them. We heard that, it's likely that most of the emissions of DCM come from feedstock. The information from the MC talk, at least, suggests that that's not the case, that the majority of DCM is actually used for emissive solvent uses. So perhaps there's some clarification that can be provided by the TIP on this particular issue, but the information that is available to this body is that there are very large emissive uses of DCM. Then we heard that DCM and short-lived substances are not controlled by the Montreal Protocol, so we should not focus on this. I guess if we're going to focus only on things that are controlled by the Montreal Protocol, then there's a lot of issues that we should not be discussing. Yesterday we spent over an hour talking about an issue which is of importance to many countries, which is not controlled by the Montreal Protocol, which is the management and disposal of substances at the end of life. There is no obligation under the Montreal Protocol to manage end of life and dispose environmentally sound disposal of substances, of controlled substances. The Montreal Protocol only controls the production, consumption of these substances. Yet it was of importance to many Article 5 countries to discuss the capacity that they require in order to ensure the sound life cycle management and disposal of banks of ODS. Now, we're open to considering this issue, even though it's not an issue controlled by the Montreal Protocol. So at the same time, we ask countries to be open to consider issues that we bring to the table, even if it's not perhaps a priority for them, just as we're open to consider issues that are their priorities that may not relate to the control schedules of the Montreal Protocol, but are still related to the work of the Montreal Protocol in the sense that they relate either to substances that are controlled or they relate to substances that deplete the ozone layers, such as DCM. Finally, there's an argument that we have many priorities to deal with and that we should not be spreading ourselves too thin. And we agree with that. We're not suggesting that this DCM should become a top priority of the protocol. We do think that we should spend most of our energies and our resources on compliance obligations. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we ignore everything else that may have an impact on the ozone layer. We think it just would not be diligent on this body. The only agreement that exists for the protection of the ozone layer, just to say, well, we know this substance is now responsible for, perhaps half of total anthropogenic emissions of ozone-depleting substances, but we're just going to ignore it. We're not going to do anything about it. We're just going to, every 4 years, get a report from the SAP on how it's further depleting the ozone layer. Now, we don't know what the solution is, to be honest, on this issue. I have to say that we're not interested in talking about controlling DCM under the Montreal Protocol in the same way that we control other substances. We're just saying we should discuss it with a view to find if there are actions that can be taken to promote the adoption of alternatives and reduce emissions. And how that is done, we don't know. I mean, we would like to have other parties maybe reflect a little bit about this. We don't need to have a detailed discussion on this at this OEWG. Perhaps there's some consultations that countries will need to do back home in order to address this issue, because it is a new issue and we recognize that. So parties may not have come prepared to this meeting to be able to position themselves. But we thought that it was important to at least put this issue on the table. And if countries need more time to reflect on it, we could continue to take this issue up at the meeting of the parties. Now, as I mentioned, I think that it would still be helpful for the SAP. I think they're much better placed than ourselves in order to explain the impact of short-lived substances, particularly DCM, on the ozone layer. Thank you.
Thank you. And indeed, what you said as well, that the question posed to the SAP was also from India and China. So SAP, I come back to you later on. I give you some time to reflect, so to explain the connection between the DCM and the ozone layer. But first I would like to go to USA, and then I have Kuwait, European Union, Russia Federation on my list, and I would like to close the list and then suggest the way forward. But first USA, and then later on SAP.
Thank you very much. And perhaps since Canada gave a very thorough response, I'll just pick up maybe on a few points. And maybe just to reiterate, all of the very short-lived substances, or VSLS, have ozone-depleting potentials. And if you look at the SAP quadrennial report, in the annex to that report, substances are listed with the ODP or range of ODPs. So this is about ozone depletion. Now, some of these substances, like DCM, are controlled for other purposes by domestic bodies, and I agree I'm not aware of any multilateral efforts, but I know, for example, in my own country, we control DCM from a variety of emissive sources because of other reasons, toxicity and other reasons, but that does not change the fact that for this body, because these are chlorinated substances and they do have an impact on the ozone layer, the concept of additional information, which the majority of this decision is about, is important to this delegation. Also, just to note, we've heard about several other VSLS during the discussion and presentation from the various panels. For example, CF3I was raised, which is also a VSLS. So the concept of additional information, particularly on the one VSLS that has the largest emissions, is one that we thought would be important. And so we agree with the idea of getting that information. And maybe lastly to say, this is not the first time or the second time or even the 10th time this body has had discussions and in some cases agreed to decisions. There are decisions about M-propyl bromide, NPB, that request information be provided by the TEEP. I believe it's in the progress report most years. That information is by decision. It is because that is a VSLS and one that this body took decisions because we felt it was important to have that information so that we are aware of that. There have been other decisions that have been discussed, agreed or not agreed, but certainly discussed over the years. So from this delegation's perspective, we think it's important to get that information. We would encourage the co-chair, rather than to maybe have the SAP engage here, we would encourage the co-chair to consider setting up a group where the SAP could inform all interested parties as to their thoughts, and we can have a discussion about this decision as well. So we would encourage you to think about that as a path forward, so that we can all benefit, or all those who are interested can benefit, but allow you to continue the work in plenary, because I know you have a number of agenda items that you would like very much to get to today. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I still would like to give SAP for a moment to give a quick response. And then let's say I have Kuwait, European Union, and Russia Federation on the list, and then I would like to conclude and propose a way forward.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The issue of dichloromethane, it is indeed a very short-lived ozone-depleting substance. It has a lifetime of about 6 months. There is, in our scenarios for policymakers in our executive summary, we do have a scenario where if you eliminate all emissions from it's a hypothetical scenario, if you eliminate all emissions from 2023 onward, ozone would increase by about 1 Dobson unit. That's about 0.3% of the total global amount of ozone. So again, short-lived substance, 6 months, and if you eliminated all emissions, of course, the levels of dichloromethane would fall off quickly, and you would improve ozone by about 0.3%. I hope that addresses the questions that are involved here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for this concise answer. Kuwait.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and I would like to thank the SAP for their response, because actually my intervention was that we are asking the question from China and India, and we were waiting to listen to the reply, not in bilateral, because we will not understand the answers. And as I sympathize with the distinguished delegates from the proponent of that CRB, yes, we understand it, and yes, we think that, but there was some question raised why this was not controlled. And I think there is a blame on us because we don't want to engage with this one, why we should not. The question is for the total room, why this substance was not being engaged previously, and why it's only now we have to work very hard for this one when we have another issues to be discussed and concerned about more than this one. The options for us is to prioritize our job. We are not saying that we are not allowing it now, but we don't think that this is the proper time for that issue to be discussed. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kuwait. European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and good morning. The assessment panels have been alerting us for a while now on the issue, and as they have confirmed just now, there is certainly a relevance for the ozone layer. It is actually one of the biggest areas, and if you refer to their report, it seems to be the single biggest area where you can make quick progress as regards an improvement of the ozone layer. The 0.3 that was mentioned by the SAP just now is higher than any other scenarios that they show in their graph of improving the ozone layer. So we think, given that relevance, it is certainly a very important subject to talk about here, in particular because it was pointed out that it may not be a controlled substance under the Montreal Protocol, but the Montreal Protocol only serves the Vienna Convention, and the Vienna Convention is very much about the ozone layer and anything that affects it, and just referring maybe to Article 2 of that convention in that respect. So we think, or we're very grateful to the proponents that they have put this forward and that we could talk about this issue here. We would not want to wait another 4 years for the next quadrennial report to come along and tell us again that it's the single biggest issue of improving ozone depletion. So we would very much like to talk about this now in any way, any which way, with the proponents and other interested parties, and keep reflecting on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Наша делегация выступает против того, чтобы идеи, заложенные в этот CRP, были реализованы в жизнь. В принципе, мы против того, чтобы рассматривать вопросы, которые не совсем относятся к мандату Монреальского протокола. Краткоживущие элементы, вещества, они, в общем-то, потому и так названы, что не особо оказывают воздействие на озоновый слой, насколько мы поняли из доклада. Ну, очень важным фактором, на наш взгляд, является то, что это дополнительное регулирование веществ, которые довольно широко используются многими хозяйствующими субъектами, это усложнит условия для этих хозяйствующих субъектов и практически будет осуществить регулирование очень трудно. Если кто-то хочет регулировать, он может делать это добровольно, на национальном уровне. Это дело совершенно добровольное, никто не запрещает это делать. Все будут, наверное, только приветствовать, если какая-то сторона решит это регулировать. Спасибо.
I give one delegation the floor, that's Australia. You came in a little bit late, but I really would like to conclude that.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good morning, and I apologise for my late button pushing. I just wanted to provide a couple of quick reflections on the interventions that have been made in respect of this CRP. I mean, we were a co-sponsor of this CRP because we too were concerned about the information that has been provided to us by the TEEP and the SAP in particular about the potential implications of DCM in the future. And I think that keeping an eye on the issues surrounding DCM at this point might be useful to prevent greater problems in the future. I think there's a saying that says a stitch in time saves 9, and I think this might be one of those situations where a few actions taken now might be really helpful to for parties and for protection of the ozone layer in the future. When we look at the CRP, we actually see that the information, that the request here is actually a very simple request. So it's a request to the TEEP to provide information on alternatives and ways of reducing emissions. So there is a request to the TEEP which would actually provide really useful information for those parties that do wish to take action in reducing emissions. We have heard from other delegations that parties do take action on DCM for other reasons apart from their ozone depleting potential. For example, in relation to controlling the exposure of workers to DCM emissions. And I think this just provides another piece of information for parties to take into account when considering their national level controls on DCM. And then the second piece of this simple CRP is to encourage parties, and it's merely an encouragement, to take action to reduce the use and emissions of DCM where alternatives are available. So there's no requirement here it is a very light touch, we think, and given the issues raised by the SAP in relation to its potential effect on the ozone layer, we think that this is the right touch for this particular issue at this time. So we would really like to think about the possibility of parties reconsidering their position, and perhaps we can come back to this at the meeting of the parties once delegations have had a little bit more time to digest the information from the SAP and to digest the CRP. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we spent some time on this issue now, on the CRP. Yesterday we heard some ideas and requests for having a meeting in a group. Today we also heard concerns of other parties that they still have questions to SAP and would like to look more carefully to the CRP and have some concerns about it. There's no consensus now to start a group, and I really would like to ask everybody to consult with each other in the margins and also talk with SAP and to get the right information on the table, and then come back to this issue at a later stage, and probably at the MOP. But I think the most important is to consult among each other in the margins, and also with TEEP and SAP and EEP if necessary, to get some more information, and that we come back to this item later, and maybe just at the MOP. But if there is consensus here in this room later on to go in a specific direction, we can consider that. But at this moment, there's no consensus on that, and I would like then to move to the next item on the agenda, if that's agreeable to everybody. So then I would hand over to my co-chair for the next agenda item.
Merci beaucoup, Raph, pour la parole. Nous allons maintenant aborder avec le point 10 de l'ordre du jour concernant les impacts potentiels de la pandémie de coronavirus COVID-19 sur la consommation de HFC pour les parties du groupe 1 visées à l'article 5. Au prime abord, nous allons nous focaliser sur le point 10A de l'ordre du jour qui porte sur la communication des données de consommation de HFC par les parties du groupe 1 visées à l'article 5. Rappelons que lors de la 34e réunion des parties, un projet de décision présenté par le Cuba a fait l'objet de discussions approfondies en séance plénière et en groupe informel. Puis, sur la base des avancées dans les échanges, les parties ont adopté la décision 34/13 portant sur la collecte de données pour comprendre les impacts potentiels de la pandémie de COVID-19 sur la consommation de HFC pour les parties du groupe 1 de l'article 5. La décision 34/13 encourage les parties visées à l'article 5 qui estiment que leur consommation réduite de HFC au cours des années de référence de 2020 à 2022, résultant des effets de la pandémie, pourrait les empêcher de respecter le gel en 2024, à soumettre au secrétariat de l'ozone, au plus tard le 1er mai 2023, leurs données de consommation de HFC pour 2022. Dans la même décision, le secrétariat de l'ozone a été prié de présenter un examen à cette réunion, examen qui va porter sur des informations sur la consommation de HFC pour les années 2020, 2021 et 2022 et les niveaux de référence calculés des parties visées à l'article 5 du groupe 1 qui ont communiqué des données pertinentes. Des informations sur la consommation de HFC pour les années 2018 et 2019 des parties du groupe 1 de l'article 5 pour lesquelles des informations sont disponibles. Le secrétariat a présenté les informations reçues sur la consommation de HFC des parties concernées à ce sujet dans le document OEWG45/4 pour examen par le groupe de travail à composition non limitée. À présent, je vais inviter le secrétariat de l'ozone à faire une brève présentation des informations qui ont été compilées. Le secrétariat, je vous en prie.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So, just a very brief presentation of the document we prepared for this meeting on decision 3413. So, just a reminder, and I won't read the full text. Paragraph 1 primarily encouraged parties to submit 2022 HFC data by 1st May if they believed they had reduced HFC consumption during the baseline years due to COVID-19 pandemic effects. And then paragraph 2 requested the Ozone Secretariat to prepare basically the data that would have been submitted for consideration by this meeting. And paragraph 3 primarily related to requesting the EXCOM to get the MLFS to provide us with any information that they had. And so, on that basis, we did receive data from the Multilateral Fund Secretariat, and the way we used that data was simply to fill in gaps where we did not have data ourselves. So in the document, we didn't present all the Multilateral Fund data. We only included it in square brackets in areas where we didn't have the data ourselves. And just in terms of analysis, we sort of compared data that had been reported to both Secretariat, and approximately 90% of that data had differences that were less than 10%, which considered not too high. However, for the other data that had more significant differences, we have agreed with the Multilateral Fund Secretariat to work with the relevant parties to try and resolve those differences. And so we prepared document 45.4, which we issued in May. However, we realized that we had made some two mistakes. In table 1, we mixed up the dates a bit, and so we thought we needed to correct that. And in table 2, we realized that the derived baseline, we had done our maths wrongly. And actually, I need to thank the Multilateral Fund Secretariat, ECO in particular, who sort of pointed this out to us, and we were able to sort of prepare a revision. So that's why the Rev 1 was issued. But as the part of the process then, we also updated any information that had been received. And so actually in the document that you had before you, the corrections and the updates in the document are highlighted for ease of cross-referencing with those that had already analyzed the original document. So, Table 1 contains the reported HFC data for all the years referenced in the decision, but filtered only for those parties that reported data for 2022. So it contains the baselines, it contains the annual consumption. For parties that reported after 1st May, there's a column indicating the date. And for parties that explicitly said they were reporting because they had concerns with the impact of COVID-19 on their consumption for the baseline years. There's a column indicating that. But we also had parties that explicitly said they did not have concerns, and so that is also indicated. And we also included a column showing the 65% component of HCFC consumption, so that you are aware, or at least you have the number before you, of some of the inputs into the calculation of the HFC baseline. And so Table 2 simply contains those parties that had not reported data for 2022, but they had reported for any of the other years. And in terms of a quick summary of some of the information derivable from the table, the combination of Table 1 and 2 shows that we had 118 parties that submitted HFC data for any of the years 2018 to 2022 that are referenced in the decision. And out of those, we have 44 parties that have data for all the pertinent years. That is, there are no missing data for those years. And then we have 21 parties that said they had concerns about the impact of COVID-19, either on the ability to meet the compliance or in a more general sense, they simply had concerns that they had reduced consumption for the baseline years. And then we have 12 parties that said that they did not have concerns about meeting the consumption freeze. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup au secrétariat pour sa présentation. Il s'agit d'une présentation très technique qui est revenue sur les données des HFC fournies par les différentes parties et également sur des méthodologies de calcul des bases de référence. Nous allons à présent donner la parole aux parties pour qu'elles puissent intervenir, pour poser des questions de clarification, afin de mieux cerner les contours de la présentation. Il y a des réactions de la salle. Je vois l'honorable délégué du Cuba qui voudrait intervenir. Cuba, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Muchas gracias, señor copresidente. Nos satisface mucho la información que nos presentan, debido a que la segunda parte del tema 10 será la presentación del proyecto de Cuba, pero la información el acuerdo que fue recopilar toda la información de países que los países suministrarían a fecha 21 de mayo, nos complace saber que se pudo hacer en tiempo y el estudio, tener listo la cantidad de países que están en la misma situación del nuestro, y por lo tanto agradecer al grupo de evaluación que pudo realizar este estudio en el corto plazo realmente que tuvieron para hacerlo. Es nuestro menester trasladarle nuestro profundo agradecimiento por el estudio realizado. Gracias.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué du Cuba pour sa réaction. Nous donnons la parole à l'Union européenne.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. It's just to clarify, so what you were pointing out is that there is a new document, or the Secretariat pointed out there is a new document uploaded, I think overnight, that has corrections, and these corrections mainly relate to what is the second part of the report, and I have the feeling that your baseline calculations have been corrected. Just to be clear what the new material is that we have in front of the table, because it's indeed correct. It was not possible to calculate these or recreate these baseline numbers, which was confusing indeed. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué de l'Union européenne. Je pense qu'il s'agit d'une question de clarification. Il y a des confusions dans l'esprit des uns et des autres. Donc, je vais remettre la parole au secrétariat pour que des points de clarification puissent être donnés sur ce point.
The simple answer is yes, indeed. We issued a document yesterday, actually, simply correcting the calculated baselines in Table 2, and also the numbers for parties that reported either on time or after 1st May. Thank you.
Je vois sur la liste, merci beaucoup au secrétariat pour la réponse apportée. Je vois sur la liste, il y a les États-Unis et la Fédération de Russie. Donc je donne la parole à la Fédération de Russie après les États-Unis.
Спасибо, господин сопредседатель. Наша делегация поддерживает предложение Кубы, высказанное ранее. Совершенно очевидно, что эта проблема стоит не только перед Кубой, но наверняка и другие государства столкнулись с этой проблемой. Поэтому подход необходимо использовать гибкий, основанный на реально сложившейся ситуации в каждой отдельной стране статьи 5. Спасибо.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué de la Fédération de la Russie. Je donne la parole aux États-Unis. États-Unis, je vous en prie.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thanks to the Secretariat for presenting the document. Just to be clear, I will be speaking to several points that are specific to this document while coming back later on some of the broader policy issues that I know we'll discuss at this meeting. So maybe just a couple of thoughts and comments. So I have to admit I was not aware of this REV document until literally a few minutes ago, and just to say procedurally that's a little bit unorthodox to be in the middle of the meeting to be issuing revised documents, and I found it under a heading of pre-session documents, which I think is probably not the case. So at the moment, I think the good thing is I don't think the changes are perhaps all that extensive. I'm not sure the changes, frankly, in Table 2 are all that policy relevant because they simply relate to estimates that have been made rather than I think the more concrete data we have in Table 1. So maybe just to first say we're still digesting this information, having only learned about it very recently. And maybe I didn't understand it. Could I just ask a specific question to the Secretariat? So the items that are highlighted in yellow are the new or corrected data in the tables. I think that's my understanding, but it would be helpful if that's the case. Some of it is fairly obvious to me, like there's one or two lines that appear, a couple lines that appear to be completely new. But in other cases, particularly, as I said, I'm focused on Table 1. Are these corrections to prior data points that were in the last version where it is highlighted, or are these new additions? Now, I can figure that out myself because I have the other table, but that's going to take me a little bit of time. So maybe just to ask that question. And then finally, just for right now, I know there's been a little bit of confusion about the submission of data and the timeline, but is my understanding correct that of the countries that have submitted data, 20 of them indicated that they had a concern, a specific concern about the baseline. The remainder of the countries, even though we see some data in Table 1, the remainder of the countries have not provided such an indication. So I guess that's just the question. I'm just trying to figure out precisely which of these we really need to sort of focus our attention on. And as far as I can tell, and I think this is probably the one thing that has not changed in the revised table, is it correct that it's still, the count is at 20 countries who have indicated a specific concern? So those are my questions for the moment, obviously reserving on a discussion of the broader policy issues. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué des États-Unis. L'honorable délégué des États-Unis a souligné la présence de certaines nouvelles corrections. Il y a eu certaines parties du document qui sont surlignées en jaune. Est-ce que c'est des corrections qui sont apportées ou qu'en est-il réellement? Donc, l'honorable délégué voudrait qu'on lui apporte des points d'éclaircissement. Donc, je vais laisser la parole au secrétariat pour que le secrétariat puisse nous apporter un peu de lumière sur ces points-là.
So now to explain more precisely the nature of the updates. In Table 1, that was in the original document, the only information that was wrong were the dates. And so in Table 1, the only correction is to the dates column. Now, the other highlighted fields in Table 1 relate to updates. So the updates would either be new submissions by certain parties or updates to data that they had previously reported. So that means for the consumption data, any changes relate to updates, but changes to the date field relate to corrections. In Table 2, similarly, corrections are to the derived data in the column for baseline. So that's the only field that's the only column that had errors, and that's the one which was corrected. Any other highlighted fields in Table 2 that do not relate to the derived baseline, they represent updates. I hope that's clear. In terms of the expression of concern with the impact of COVID-19, the reason we had that information was because in decision 3413, the paragraph on reporting of data for 2022 had the condition if parties believed they had that they might have challenges meeting the freeze in 2024. Now we found when parties were reporting, we were not clear whether they were reporting because of decision 3413 or whether some of the parties were simply going through their normal Article 7 data reporting. And so actually as part of our process, we explicitly went back only to those parties that had reported HFC data for 2022 and only Article 5 Group 1 parties. And we asked them whether in submitting their data, it was to meet the request in decision 3413 and the tie-in with the concern with the impact of COVID-19, or if they were simply submitting Article 7 data as part of their normal regular process. And so that's why we have those numbers. And so those numbers haven't changed. So those that provided responses one way or the other, the numbers stay the same even now. Thank you.
Merci au secrétariat. Je vais remettre la parole à l'honorable délégué des États-Unis. Mais avant d'y aller, je voudrais savoir si, à ce stade, s'il y a d'autres parties qui voudraient bien intervenir. Je vous demande de vous manifester à présent. À présent, je remets la parole à l'honorable délégué des États-Unis pour savoir s'il est satisfait de la réponse qui lui a été donnée.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Well, I appreciate that there's some additional clarification to be sure. Maybe just a couple thoughts. So I guess on table 1, where there's not, I hate to single out a particular country, so apologies for doing this. But for example, the 2022 data in table 1 for Malaysia, it's highlighted under the 2022 data. I thought I just heard the Secretariat say that the only things that were highlighted were additions, not corrections in table 1. Maybe could you just clarify that a bit? Because for example, like listen, there's a whole bunch of data entries in here that are now highlighted, but there was already data for that country in that particular area. So that to me looks like a revision, but maybe I misunderstood the Secretariat, but I thought they had explained that a little bit differently, as opposed to, if you go down to Nauru, it's an entirely new line. So I think presumably that's all new data. So maybe it's just a clarification there. And I guess the second thing is, so the Rev document is dated 4 June. Has this document been posted for a month? I don't think so. Maybe it's supposed to be 4 July, not sure. But so either this has been on the portal for a month and I missed it, and I apologize to the Secretariat for that. But anyway, maybe they could just clarify that point as well. Anyway, I'm not sure. These clarifications are somewhat helpful. I'm just trying to figure out, like we looked at all this data ahead of time, I'm just trying to figure out which of the data there's changes in here we kind of need to do some rethinking on. So the clarifications the Secretariat provided were partly helpful, but maybe on that one specific point, again, focus on table 1 where things are highlighted. Could you just repeat again? Those are additions to new data, or they may actually be revisions to prior data. If I could just ask the Secretariat's indulgence to repeat that again, and then maybe also speak to the date listed on the document. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué des États-Unis. Je pense qu'il y a toujours des points à éclaircir. Les préoccupations sont toujours là. Je vais remettre la parole au secrétariat pour que rapidement des points d'éclaircissement puissent être apportés.
So on the date, actually it should be 4th July. So I think when it was updated, we got the wrong month. So the date of the document is 4 July. In terms of the questions on the highlights in table 1 that relate to consumption data, basically it includes both new submissions of new data that we didn't have before and revisions to previously reported data. And so in the specific case that was mentioned, that party would have revised its data. If there was a number in table 1 in the previous document, and if that number is different in the new document, it represents a revision or a correction of that number. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup au secrétariat pour la réponse qui est donnée. Nous allons poursuivre les travaux. Je ne vois plus de partis qui demandent la parole. Je suis conscient qu'il y a toujours des partis qui voudraient bien intervenir, mais à l'heure actuelle, je ne vois aucune réaction. Donc, je vais progresser. Nous allons entamer l'ordre du jour, le point 10B. Nous remercions par la même occasion le secrétariat pour sa présentation. Restez disponible. S'il y a toujours des points d'ombre, les partis peuvent s'approcher de vous pour avoir des éclaircissements additionnels pour mieux cerner la question. Merci beaucoup au secrétariat. Donc, nous allons poursuivre avec le point 10B à l'ordre du jour relatif aux ajustements proposés au protocole de Montréal. Le point 10B concerne les ajustements proposés au protocole de Montréal. Et il est judicieux de préciser que le 22 avril 2023, le secrétariat a diffusé une proposition d'ajustement au protocole de Montréal soumise par le Cuba. Conformément au paragraphe 9 de l'article 2 du protocole, la date limite de soumission des propositions d'ajustement examinées lors de la 35e réunion des parties a été fixée au 23 avril 2023. La proposition du Cuba est présentée dans le document OEWG45/45 qui est disponible dans les 6 langues officielles des Nations Unies. Avant d'ouvrir la session de discussion sur ce sujet, je voudrais inviter le représentant du Cuba à expliquer et présenter sa proposition d'ajustement. Je voudrais inviter le représentant du Cuba à présenter sa proposition d'ajustement. Cuba, vous avez la parole.
Muchas gracias, señor copresidente. Como usted bien expresaba, desde el pasado año comenzamos a trabajar a través de todos los mecanismos establecidos por el protocolo para introducir este proyecto de decisión que en su información explicativa proponemos ajustar el protocolo de Montreal relativo a las sustancias que agotan la capa de ozono para flexibilizar la selección de los años bases para los hidrofluorocarbonos, HFC, para las partes que operan al amparo del artículo 5 del protocolo de Montreal, tal como se presenta en el anexo 2. La razón principal de la propuesta es la preocupación suscitada por la contracción económica resultante de la pandemia de COVID-19 y la consiguiente reducción de las importaciones de gases refrigerantes en comparación con los años anteriores a la pandemia. O sea, veníamos teniendo unas importaciones promedio resultantes del propio desarrollo económico del país que se vieron limitadas en el año 2020 cuando comenzó la pandemia, lo cual nosotros valoramos como un hecho trascendental en la historia de la humanidad. Es la primera pandemia de la época moderna y por lo tanto es un hecho excepcional que se presentó y que tuvimos que enfrentar todos y cada uno de los países de nuestro planeta. Algunos menos afectados, otros no vieron tanta afectación en este sector, pero en el caso del nuestro la afectación fue significativa. En tanto, el Estado tuvo que dedicar muchos esfuerzos y recursos financieros y de otra índole para el sector de la salud en aras de preservar lo más importante, que es la vida del ser humano. Segundo punto, Cuba introdujo por primera vez la cuestión de los efectos de la pandemia en los niveles de base de HFC para las partes que operan al amparo del artículo 5. Este proyecto de decisión que estamos presentando, por supuesto, tiene 3 párrafos preambulares que no leeré porque el documento se circuló a todas las partes, pero que fundamentalmente explican las razones por las cuales las importaciones de gases refrigerantes se vieron profundamente impactadas durante estos años pandémicos, fundamentalmente el año 21, y por lo tanto eso afecta nuestro proceso de normal desarrollo, de cumplimiento con el protocolo de Montreal y de la importación de los gases refrigerantes para el desarrollo. No podemos estar conforme con estos años de referencia que se establecen en el protocolo, en tanto el país, después de sobrevivir a esta pandemia, comienza a normalizar su economía, su proceso de desarrollo, y por lo tanto sus importaciones deben comenzar un incremento gradual para alcanzar los niveles que teníamos antes de la pandemia. La propuesta de Cuba es una propuesta que busca una flexibilidad por parte del protocolo de Montreal para que nos permita seleccionar años bases de referencia que realmente sirvan para el trabajo y sean las líneas bases a utilizar como se explicaba, de cara a 2024. No es exclusivo, al contrario, no pretende imponer a las partes, simplemente pretendemos que aquellas partes que como Cuba tienen estos problemas puedan contar con la flexibilidad del protocolo a la hora de seleccionar años bases que sean realmente referentes de los consumos reales que tiene el país. Los años pandémicos, por supuesto, no tuvimos, fueron años muy, vamos a decir, totalmente bajos los consumos y por lo tanto no reflejan el normal comportamiento de las importaciones de nuestro país. Creo que muchas cosas se han explicado. También en otras reuniones hemos ido en el comité ejecutivo, lo adelantábamos y lo trasladamos acá también. El mundo post-COVID es un mundo totalmente diferente. Hemos entrado en un mundo post-COVID con mayores aranceles, con mayores precios, con los fletes mucho más caros, los seguros mucho más caros, en fin, una serie de argumentos que no facilitan la labor, que por el contrario dificultan y hacen mucho más difícil la tarea de continuar en la búsqueda de nuestro desarrollo sostenible al tiempo en que podemos tratar de brindar nuestro mayor esfuerzo por cumplir con el protocolo de Montreal. Creo que el documento en sí incluye todos los elementos necesarios a tener en cuenta por las partes y le solicitamos a las partes todo el apoyo, toda la comprensión por las cuales estamos haciendo la introducción de este proyecto de decisión y a la Secretaría que a la hora de manejar la propuesta cubana lo haga buscando siempre la mejor solución para las partes y por eso hacemos un acopio gigantesco a buscar una posición flexible que nos permita a nosotros poder contar y podernos con años de referencia realmente reales, que sean reales, como lo fueron los años previos a la pandemia y como esperamos que lo sean los años venideros. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué du Cuba. nous comprenons que cette proposition découle de la survenue de la pandémie à la COVID-19. Nous tous, nous savons quel impact cette pandémie a eu sur notre vie quotidienne. Et sûrement que quelque part, cette pandémie a affecté nos activités. Toutefois, nous n'allons pas laisser le sujet tel quel. Nous allons donner la parole aux parties pour qu'elles puissent réagir par rapport à la proposition du Cuba, et nous allons recueillir les interventions et donner une conclusion à ce sujet. La parole circule donc, les parties peuvent réagir par rapport à la proposition d'ajustement au protocole de Montréal soumise par le Cuba. La parole circule, les parties peuvent intervenir pour apporter des interventions à la proposition que le Cuba venait de faire. Je vois sur ma liste, il y a 2 pays. Il y a déjà Sainte-Lucie, il y a Cuba et il y a Mozambique. Je donne la parole à Sainte-Lucie.
Thank you. Good morning. As it's the first time our delegation is taking the floor, we'd like to thank the government of Thailand for hosting this meeting and the Secretariat for organizing this meeting. We believe and we have been informed by our stakeholders that our data is not the true reflection of what our data would have been, and that the decrease in consumption of HFCs for 2020 and 2021 was directly due to the pandemic. And that is consistent with the downturn and the subsequent rapid growth in our economy as we began to recover from the pandemic. We have experienced unusually high imports in 2022, and we are projecting expansion in our construction sector as hotels developments are being planned. So given this scenario and that our sector is predominantly dominated by HFC technology, we believe that the future demand for HFCs in St. Lucia in the coming years will increase. We would like to highlight that we note the many years of the hard work that was done negotiating the Kigali Amendment, and we do not wish to undermine that. But given what is happening, we are requesting some consideration be given to countries like us facing this situation until the transition to alternatives begin to impact our HFC-based imports. So while we do not fully agree with the text of this proposal, we would support further discussions, probably in a contact group, on this topic. Thank you.
Merci à l'honorable délégué de Saint-Lucie. Je vois le Cuba qui demande encore la parole. Il y a aussi la Mozambique. Je donne d'abord la parole au Cuba et après à la Mozambique. Cuba y Mozambique.
Muchas gracias, señor copresidente. Solamente aclarar que la propuesta hecha por Cuba no pretende que se asignen nuevas líneas bases diferentes de las que están en el protocolo para el resto de las partes. Si al resto de las partes o muchos países les fue bien o no vieron afectadas sus importaciones durante la pandemia, pues bien, no hay problema. Trabajarían con las líneas, los años base que se prevén para este periodo. Solo estamos introduciendo este documento para aquellas partes que vieron afectada seriamente su nivel de importaciones, que además, por las razones expuestas, no reflejan la realidad de las importaciones que venía teniendo el país hasta que comenzó la pandemia. Muchas gracias, señor copresidente.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais dire que la pandémie à la COVID-19, quelque part, nous a affectés, ça ne nous a pas permis de se retrouver dans nos réunions en présentiel, ça ne nous a pas permis de voyager, ça ne nous a pas permis de faire tant de choses. Bon, ça c'est un autre domaine. Mais pour ce qui nous concerne, pour la mise en œuvre effective du protocole de Montréal, qu'en est-il? Nous allons donner la parole aux partis pour que les partis puissent nous éclairer sur ce point. Le Mozambique, vous avez la parole.
Muchas gracias, señor copresidente, por la palabra. En segundo lugar, quisiéramos enderezar nuestro agradecimiento a la delegación de Cuba por esta visión sobre los impactos que ha causado a la economía en muchos países en desarrollo. Es una realidad. Muchas empresas están cerradas y algunas están resucitando. Y sin embargo, muchos de nosotros hemos enviado los datos del consumo a la Secretaría de Ozono. Y estamos seguros y cientes que de aquí a 2 o 3 años, muchas de esas empresas estarán trabajando a 90 o 100%. Entonces, tendremos el problema, el cumplimiento del Protocolo de Montreal. Porque muchos de nosotros tendremos que solicitar la corrección de los datos. Con esas palabras, quisiéramos unirnos a Cuba por esta visión y pedir al copresidente para que considere la creación de grupos de contacto que hagan un debate más profundo en la protección de los países en desarrollo. Y muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué du Mozambique. Je donne la parole à la Fédération de la Russie.
Спасибо, господин сопредседатель. Мы уже говорили в предыдущем выступлении о том, что необходимо в таких случаях использовать гибкий подход. На наш взгляд, сейчас было сделано довольно важное уточнение уважаемым делегатам Кубы. Речь не идет о том, чтобы, в принципе, рассматривать новые периоды для определения базовой линии, но учитывать сложившуюся конкретную ситуацию в каждой стране, статьи 5, столкнувшейся с этой проблемой, на наш взгляд, совершенно необходимо. Если у страны в данных стоит 0, то это, конечно, вызывает большой вопрос. И, на наш взгляд, сторонам необходимо войти в положение. Любой, в общем-то, мог оказаться, особенно в небольшой стране, оказаться в такой ситуации. И, на наш взгляд, что было бы справедливо пойти навстречу и удовлетворить эту просьбу Кубы. Спасибо.
Merci énormément à l'honorable délégué de la Fédération de Russie. Il y a 4 pays qui sollicitent la parole, 4 partis. Dominicaine République, Nicaragua, Lesotho, Grenada. S'il y a d'autres partis qui voudraient bien intervenir, elles peuvent se manifester maintenant. Je donne la parole à Dominicaine République.
Muchas gracias, señor copresidente, por la oportunidad. La delegación de la República Dominicana apoya en todas sus partes la propuesta de Cuba de que sea revisada la línea base de los años 2020-2022, motivado principalmente por la pandemia de COVID, que todos saben no ha afectado a todos. Y la República Dominicana quiere hacer conciencia de que nosotros como país, que somos un país totalmente de servicios, desarrollo, turismo, hemos apostado a nuestro crecimiento del sector Y en plena pandemia, como país, tomamos la medida de tener nuestras puertas abiertas, aportando hasta el seguro médico para las personas que viajaban a nuestro país, costo que fue asumido por el Estado. Aún así, con todo de que pudimos mantener un turismo en esos tiempos, nos vimos afectados con el crecimiento. Es tan tal que en el año 2021 nuestro país creció menos que lo que hubiéramos apostado como crecimiento. Es tanta, hoy, por ejemplo, República Dominicana, en este año 2023, si asumimos la línea base 2020-2022, estaríamos en incumplimiento con la enmienda de Kigali, hoy a la fecha. ¿Por qué? Porque la economía ha ido ajustándose, se demanda más equipo de acondicionamiento de aire, principalmente porque estamos siendo afectados por altas temperaturas y estamos demandando más refrigeración y climatización. Entonces, ¿qué nos queda? Tenemos que revisar obligatoriamente esta línea base para poder cumplir con el mandato de la enmienda de Kigali y aportar como país a mejorar nuestro clima, nuestro medio ambiente. Por tanto, creemos que como el protocolo de Montreal es un protocolo llamado a la conciencia y es la oportunidad que tenemos todos de aportar un pequeño granito de arena para el cambio climático, no podemos tener una espada de Damocles desde ya a los países que fuimos afectados por el COVID. Muchas gracias.
Merci à l'honorable délégué de la République dominicaine. Je vais rappeler les partis qui ont demandé la parole. Je vais rappeler, il y a le Nicaragua, le Lesotho, Grenada, le Koweït, Trinidad, Tobago et Chili. Donc, je vais clôturer la liste à ce niveau. Après Chili, nous allons récapituler et nous allons faire le point, donner une conclusion. À présent, je donne la parole au Nicaragua. Nicaragua, je vous en prie.
Gracias, señor presidente. Por ser nuestra primera vez que tomamos palabra, agradecemos al Reino de Tailandia y a la Secretaría del Protocolo por la atención en coordinación de esta reunión. Nicaragua apoya la propuesta de ajuste proporcionada por Cuba, ya que es una realidad que vivimos y que viven nuestros países. Consideramos que es necesaria la flexibilidad. Necesitamos que se tome en cuenta esta propuesta y no caer en incumplimiento en los próximos años, que es un problema que tendremos todos nuestros países. Por lo tanto, apoyamos la propuesta. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Merci à l'honorable délégué du Nicaragua. Nous donnons la parole maintenant au Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it is my first time to take the floor, let me thank the government of Thailand for the warm welcome. Also, the Secretariat for good organization and arrangement of the meeting. I agree with Cuba that definitely the issue of COVID-19 has brought some uncertainties in terms of our previous strategies and projections. And definitely this means that in order to make sure that almost every country at the end of the day will be in compliance to the requirement of the protocol, we need to, of course, be flexible to adjust those baselines. I think that also will also help to make sure that we go along, we don't leave some countries behind. I therefore support that CRP from Cuba. Thank you very much.
Merci au Lesotho. Je donne la parole au Grenada. Je vous en prie, Grenada, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and good morning or good afternoon to all. Whereas so much has been said about this issue and this proposal, I would want to first of all state categorically that my country supports the proposal that is made by Cuba, and to want to say to this august body that we have always enjoyed and benefited from the spirit of compromise and the level of cooperation that all parties have exercised towards each other. What we have before us here is a potential situation that can render or can lead a number of countries into non-compliance to the protocol. And if we can predict that, I think every effort must be made to prevent that from happening. Under normal circumstances, because of the exponential growth rate of HFC equipment and consumption of refrigerants, it already puts countries under real pressure to operate within the baseline and to meet the compliance obligations of the Kigali Amendment. Notwithstanding now the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has put additional strain on countries because of the lower consumption in these baseline years, it puts additional pressure and an additional burden on countries to meet those compliance targets. Potentially, we are in a position where we can see what can happen by 2029. Therefore, I think it is our obligation to address this issue, to arrest it now, to prevent those situations from happening. And so I think we ought to give ourselves an opportunity to fully vent on this issue. And my proposal is that some arrangement be made, be it in a contact group or otherwise, that we can examine the proposal that is presented by Cuba and come up with a resolution of this issue that is affecting some countries. Failing to do that, it means that we are setting up ourselves for failure in 2029, something that I don't think any one of us want to be around to experience. So whereas my country does not agree with the formation of all of the text in the proposal, we want to be given the opportunity to express those concerns and to seek some clarification from Cuba as well, within that institutional arrangement of maybe a contact group, to further expound on this issue, because potentially, from where we sit, we see a number of countries would have difficulty meeting those compliance obligations, at least the first compliance obligation by 2029, if we do not make an attempt, a real concerted effort to address this issue at this stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué de la Grenade. Kouet, vous avez la parole, je vous en prie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and I would like to thank the distinguished delegate from Cuba for addressing this issue and submitting this proposal. I totally support the statement was mentioned from the distinguished delegate from Grenada that this proposal have to be considered and look into solutions that these solutions could be feasible and in line with our understanding of all parties' obligation and also the flexibility that this room provided in several years and years ago. I think the success of this party becoming from our understanding of needs and issue of others. And I think that this considerations coming from that we face unexpected circumstances that everybody face. So I think it's legitimate to understand the idea and find proper solution. I'm not saying that the proposal have all the issue or cover all the issue, but I think it's an initiative from the distinguished delegate from Cuba to start engaging to find a pathway for countries not to have or met their incompliance with the Montreal Protocol, and then we will face another dilemma how to solve country by country issues. So I think we need to understand and look to this very, very, very carefully, and we are totally supporting in any engagement of discussion of this proposal. Thank you very much.
Merci à l'honorable délégué du Koweït. Nous donnons la parole au Trinidad et Tobago.
Thank you, Co-Chair. As we approach the January 1st, 2024 implementation of the HFC freeze under the Kigali Amendment, Trinidad and Tobago is aware of the potential situation arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, of an unrepresented and inaccurate HFC baseline, as is in the circumstances faced by Cuba and many other countries of the Caribbean region. This can severely affect the compliance with the protocol and have negative impacts on the refrigeration and air conditioning sector in the future. Trinidad and Tobago is therefore in favor of giving special consideration on a case-by-case to countries whose baselines were dramatically affected by the pandemic, with the intention that these countries determine a more accurate HFC baseline and be placed in a fairer position to meet their national commitments under the Kigali Amendment. Accordingly, this delegation supports the formulation of a contact group to further deliberate these issues. I look forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Merci beaucoup à l'honorable délégué de la Trinidad et Tobago. Nous donnons la parole au Chili.
Muchas gracias, señor copresidente. Vamos a tratar de matar dos pájaros de un tiro con esta intervención y primero darle el sincero agradecimiento a la Secretaría por haber revisado el documento del ítem de agenda anterior, que proporciona los datos necesarios para realizar el análisis de la situación de los países que han presentado información con relación al cuadro número 1. Y en segundo término, queremos simplemente establecer que en el caso de Chile, durante la pandemia del coronavirus, los servicios de frío demostraron ser esenciales, tanto para el transporte de alimentos como para la distribución de vacunas. Por lo tanto, es necesario destacar que nuestro país no ha experimentado una gran afectación en el consumo de hidrofluorocarbonos. Sin embargo, nosotros estamos plenamente conscientes de las preocupaciones que han expresado aquellas delegaciones que se han visto afectadas negativamente por la situación de la pandemia, lo cual obviamente ha condicionado su capacidad para acceder a financiamiento. En este sentido, creemos que en el espíritu de la flexibilidad que nos ha caracterizado, esperamos que esta discusión de la propuesta realizada por la delegación de Cuba continúe, que esto también traiga consigo la oportunidad de que todos los puntos de vista sean escuchados en este foro y en este sentido creo que es necesario manifestar que podría ser aconsejable a los copresidentes a tomar la decisión del establecimiento de un grupo de contacto para este asunto particular, en cuyo caso nos gustaría formar parte de él y, por supuesto, aportar nuestras perspectivas sobre la materia. Muchísimas gracias, señor copresidente.
Merci à l'honorable délégué du Chili. À présent, je voudrais bien clôturer le débat et donner une conclusion, mais je vois qu'il y a d'autres pays qui voudraient bien intervenir. Ce que je voudrais proposer, c'est que je vais faire d'abord la conclusion et je reviens à ces pays-là, je vais leur donner l'opportunité de s'exprimer tout de même. Nous avions suivi les différentes interventions des partis et nous pouvons constater que toutes les interventions ont souhaité que le sujet soit considéré, qu'on donne l'opportunité aux partis de s'exprimer et afin que nous puissions ressortir de ces discussions avec un document, un projet de document de décision. Et à ce stade, nous allons vous permettre de discuter à fond, de discuter pour que les uns et les autres s'accordent sur les différents points, parce que c'est une proposition, ce n'est pas encore une proposition qui sied à toutes les parties. Il faut que toutes les parties puissent apporter leur contribution, les ajustements nécessaires pour que nous puissions avoir un document qui fédère toutes les parties. Sur ce, nous allons mettre en place un groupe de contact pour que les parties puissent se retrouver dans ce groupe de contact pour les contributions. Revenant aux parties qui voudraient bien intervenir, il s'agit du Costa Rica, du Canada, de la Malaisie, de l'Argentine et de l'Australie. Est-ce que ces parties voudraient bien aller faire leur contribution au niveau du groupe de contact, ou bien ces parties souhaitent toujours faire leurs interventions ici à la plénière? Rapidement, Costa Rica.
Gracias, señor copresidente. Primero, agradecer la creación del grupo de contacto para llevar a cabo esta discusión. Y la problemática o situación externada por Cuba es una situación que vivimos muchas de las partes en este momento, por lo que esperamos que la discusión de la propuesta de alternativas en atención a esta problemática permita llegar a un buen acuerdo a esta asamblea. Muchísimas gracias, señor copresidente, siendo breve con mi participación.
Merci. Je donne la parole au Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Co-Président. Très brièvement, since you asked whether we still wanted to take the floor, I guess since I have the floor, yes, but it's just to say that, yes, we support that this issue be further considered in the contact group. We thank Cuba for putting forward this proposal. We remember discussing it at the meeting of the parties last year, and we acknowledge that it addresses legitimate concerns by Cuba and some other parties. We're not convinced that proceeding through an adjustment of the Montreal Protocol would be the best solution to address these issues, but we think that within a contact group we can look at the extent of the problem, try to identify the A5 countries that believe that they could have challenges, and then discuss, potential pathways, as have been suggested, to try to alleviate these problems for the A5 countries concerned. So we support discussion in the contact group. Thank you.
Merci à l'honorable délégué du Canada. Malaisie, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Cuba, for the proposal. During the 44th Open-Ended Working Group held in Bangkok, Thailand, and the 34th Meeting of Parties in Montreal, Canada, my delegation expressed concern regarding Malaysia's economic slowdown caused by the lockdown and restriction imposed on the non-essential industries throughout the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 2021. Hence, we would like to reiterate that the HFC consumption in 2020 and 2021 may not provide an accurate reflection of Malaysia's normal consumption according to the normal economic growth. Malaysia support to have the flexibility to solve this issue. Thank you.
Merci à l'honorable délégué de la Malaisie. Je vous en prie, pour les autres parties qui vont intervenir, soyez brefs et concis. L'Argentine, s'il vous plaît.
Gracias, señor copresidente. Bueno, nosotros queremos reiterar nuestro apoyo a la propuesta realizada por la delegación de Cuba, tal como lo hicimos desde un principio, porque entendemos que estamos frente a una situación muy particular, que es riesgosa para muchas partes, y por lo tanto es necesario que podamos encontrar una solución a esta situación atípica que enfrentamos por primera vez en el Protocolo de Montreal. Tenemos que disminuir la incertidumbre de estas partes y la posibilidad o la potencialidad de que se presenten casos de incumplimiento por situaciones ajenas a las partes. Por lo tanto, entendemos que debemos participar en el grupo de contacto para encontrar una solución a este problema. Gracias.
Merci à l'honorable délégué de l'Argentine. Australie, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I think since our flag was still on, indeed we do wish to take the floor and add our views to this session and under this agenda item. We don't disagree with your proposed way forward, but we did want to make just a couple of brief comments on the proposal. I guess that when we heard Cooper introducing the proposal earlier in this session, we were a little bit unclear as to whether he was still seeking an actual adjustment of the protocol or whether he was seeking something less or something different, in fact. It was a little unclear to this delegation, and I think what I've heard from the room is a willingness to consider some specific actions to help specific countries that might find themselves in difficulties as a result of COVID-19. And I don't think that that necessarily implies an adjustment to the protocol. I think we might be looking at some other solutions. Parties have referred to the flexibility of Montreal Protocol parties in trying to find solutions, and I think again we will be in that position where we will be utilising flexibility and the procedures that we have under the protocol to try and find a way forward for those countries that do find themselves in difficulty. In that respect, like Cuba, like Chile, we are reflecting on the data that has been provided under agenda item 10A. And we do see that there are some countries that would definitely find themselves in difficulties as a result of the reduced imports in the baseline years. But we also see that there are some countries, even though they have reduced imports in those years, the construction of their baseline means that they still have considerable flexibility. So I think that the task for us as parties is to genuinely assist those countries that will have problems with meeting the freeze of their baseline and the first reduction step, but being conscious that there are parties that will not necessarily need assistance. So we just wanted to put those few comments on the record, and we're very happy to participate fully in the contact group. Thank you.
Merci à l'honorable délégué de l'Australie. Je donne la parole à l'Égypte. Je vous en prie, soyez bref et concis.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair, and thanks for all previous speakers. Thanks to the proposal for the contact group. Actually, I'm listening carefully to the debates, and yes, most of the countries, they have complication and negative impact. It's not only Cuba or few people, but yeah. But my proposal, the freeze is after 6 months, and we are confused actually. How, if we cannot reach a decision and we continue talking and talking, what will be the solution? This is very important. We have to reach a decision very quickly, and so we can adjust our preparation for the phase down and everything. But now we are a bit lost, actually. So I hope that the contact group can solve all these issues, and I'm begging all parties to be very flexible and reasonable. So let us wait and see what will come. Thank you very much.
Merci à l'honorable délégué de l'Égypte pour avoir exprimé sa préoccupation. Nous allons donner la parole aux États-Unis.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Let me just start by expressing appreciation for the proposal and our agreement to move the discussions into a contact group so we can have some more detailed discussions. And I say that to agree. I think the way Chile said it was so that all voices can be heard in this. I just wanted to put a few quick remarks on the record. I won't go into detail. I think one of them is, I think one thing is it's important that we understand, I think with greater specificity, specifically which countries find themselves in a difficult position here, because then I think we can think about what sort of the best, most appropriate approaches to help resolve some of the concerns that have been raised. So I think in the contact group, that's one thing we will want to do, is I think hear specifically from countries who are explicitly concerned with the baseline. That's why on the last agenda item I mentioned, I think for 20 of the countries, they have made a formal indication that that is the case, but I think it'd be useful to learn more about that. The second item that I wanted to mention, I think we have to get to in the contact group, is the adjustment proposal looks at using prior years of consumption and production data, and so I think we need to understand a little better what the availability is of that data. For example, in Table 1, for many countries, well, for all countries, the data does not stretch back to 2015, but for many of them, it doesn't even include the 2018 and 2019 data. And then, so I think what we agreed to last year was quite helpful. I think we do actually have a lot of data now to look at. One of the reasons I think it's useful to do that is when we negotiated Kigali, we included, the baselines aren't just the average consumption from 2020 to 2022. They actually include a component of the HCFC baseline. So, in looking carefully at the data, I think the baselines, they look very different amongst the A5 countries. Some countries have a very large component of the HCFC element of their baseline, and for some other countries it's quite small. And so I think that's also a factor that may be raising some concerns here, is that I think the way the baseline is structured plays out differently, among differing countries. So I'll save further thoughts for the contact group to sort of dig into the details, and just say we look forward to getting a better understanding of some of the specific concerns and thinking about ways where we can work together to find a solution so that we can move forward. We had a major accomplishment in Kigali. We want to build on that, and we need to find a way to work together to make sure that we can all move forward with that progress. Thank you.
Merci à l'honorable délégué des États-Unis. Je voudrais faire un point à ce niveau. J'ai sur ma liste 4 pays, l'Éthiopie, le Nigeria, l'Union européenne et la Chine. Donc nous allons écouter ces 4 pays-là et la liste est clôturée. Donc après la Chine, il n'y a plus d'intervention. Je vous en prie, nous sommes déjà en retard par rapport à notre agenda de ce jour. Donc ce faisant, je donne la parole à l'Éthiopie.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for giving the floor. Ours is very brief. We were listening the explanation carefully, and from the data we have received from the Secretariat, we observed further discussion required. And thank you for the proposal for establishing the contact group on this matter. And we also thank Cuba for bringing the CRP. We look forward to discussion details in the contact group. Thank you.
Merci à l'honorable délégué de l'Éthiopie. Nigeria, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We also support the proposal by Cuba because we believe there are legitimate concerns here. My delegation is also of the view that the subject merits further discussions, and we are ready to participate actively in such engagements. Thank you.
Merci au Nigeria. Je donne à présent la parole à l'Union européenne et après la Chine, et nous clôturons la liste ainsi. Merci. Union européenne, je vous en prie.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We noted your calls to be brief, so I'll try to be. We appreciate the paper made by Cuba. It's an important topic, and in that context, we also welcome the report made by the Secretariat and the additional clarifications we received this morning that indeed clarify all the data present. We looked at that data with great interest, and we noted that the picture is quite heterogeneous. The countries that indicated concern are fairly limited, and within that group there are also very different patterns. So for us, we like the idea of a contact group so we can engage, and we would like to better understand what are the drivers behind some of the consumption profiles, and I think once we have that discussion, we can also better engage on what could be the specific ideas, appropriate ways of addressing these. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour l'Union européenne. La Chine, je vous en prie, la Chine, s'il vous plaît.
谢谢联合主席。首先，我们要感谢古巴代表团的书面发言和为准备提案输出的努力。我们代表团也注意到，新冠疫情对各个国家带来了不同的影响，包括这个各影响呢也是程度不同的。从秘书处准备的文件看，确实很多国家2020到2022年的 HFC 消费有不同程度的波动，特别是2021年和2022年。我们认为，议定书的成功是建立在每个国家努力履约的基础上的。任何一个国家如果因为无法克服困难和挑战，而达不到履约目标，这不是议定书所希望看到的。所以，我们代表团支持设立基础工作组，对这个议题进行充分讨论， 从而呢形成一个创造性的可行的解决方案。谢谢。
Merci à l'honorable délégué de la Chine. À présent, nous allons récapituler en disant que les partis ont massivement souhaité la mise en place d'un groupe de contact afin que le sujet puisse être discuté et mieux creusé pour qu'on puisse appréhender tous les contours de la question. Donc, sur ce, le groupe de contact est établi. Le mandat de ce groupe de contact est de considérer la proposition d'ajustement soumise par le Cuba et ce faisant, il s'agit également de considérer les autres solutions possibles qui ont été mentionnées par les délégations au cours de cette plénière. Les facilitateurs de ce groupe de contact sont Monsieur l'honorable délégué Patrick de l'Australie et l'honorable délégué Juan José Galeano de l'Argentine. Donc, le groupe de contact est établi et nous allons ainsi attendre le retour de leurs activités, de leurs travaux. Je vous en remercie. Nous allons poursuivre avec la reconstitution, avec mon co-chair qui va prendre la parole. Il va poursuivre avec le point sur le renforcement du protocole de Montréal.
Yes, thank you, Fidemer. We return back to agenda item 5. Strengthening the Montreal Protocol institutions, including for combating illegal trade, based on decision 34.8, sorry. And we come back and we close the list, and there were 4 delegations that would like to have the floor. That's Tanzania, Senegal, Maldives, and Chile. And I would like to give them the floor to make their statements or put forward their ideas, and then I will present the way forward. So I see Chile now on my list, but I also had Tanzania, Senegal, and Maldives, so first then Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor copresidente. Nos dirigimos a usted para expresar nuestro más sincero agradecimiento a la Secretaría por organizar este importante taller sobre el fortalecimiento de la aplicación y el cumplimiento efectivo del Protocolo de Montreal. Esta iniciativa representa una oportunidad invaluable para mejorar las capacidades nacionales en la protección de nuestro medio ambiente. También deseamos extender nuestro agradecimiento a los panelistas y relatores por su participación activa y los valiosos intercambios que se han llevado a cabo durante este evento. Como delegación, consideramos de vital importancia que se dediquen a acciones concretas y que sean destinadas a reforzar la aplicación del IPIC, de manera de incentivar a los países a unirse a este procedimiento. Creemos firmemente que al hacerlo podemos reducir significativamente las discrepancias existentes entre los datos presentados por los importadores y exportadores. Es esencial, señor copresidente, trabajar en conjunto para lograr una mayor coherencia y transparencia en los informes, lo que contribuirá a un cumplimiento más efectivo del protocolo. Asimismo, consideramos que a través de estas actividades, los países tienen la oportunidad de mejorar los mecanismos de monitoreo, reporte, verificación y fiscalización en relación con el consumo y la protección y la producción de las sustancias controladas. La colaboración entre las naciones es fundamental para fortalecer nuestras capacidades y garantizar el éxito a largo plazo de los objetivos del Protocolo de Montreal. No obstante, como delegación, también creemos que existen oportunidades de mejora, como es la inclusión de interpretación en todos los idiomas oficiales de Naciones Unidas. Esto permitiría una participación más inclusiva y una mejor comprensión de los debates y discusiones de parte de todos los asistentes. La diversidad lingüística es un valor fundamental y debemos esforzarnos por garantizar que todos los participantes puedan expresarse y ser escuchados. En conclusión, estamos comprometidos a trabajar juntos para fortalecer la aplicación del Protocolo de Montreal y proteger nuestro planeta para las generaciones futuras. Muchas gracias, señor copresidente.
Thank you, Chile. And let's say the other 3 countries that requested for the floor yesterday, if they push their button, then we can, or I can give them the floor. And I see Maldives first.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. As this is the first time the Maldives has taken the floor, we would like to thank the other Secretariat for the excellent arrangement for the OEWG and the Kingdom of Thailand for the warm hospitality. We would like to thank the Secretariat for organizing the workshop on strengthening Montreal Protocol institutions, including the ways of combating illegal trade. As discussed on Sunday, this is very useful and important to maintain the label Montreal Protocol as the most successful treaty. Therefore, we would like to support the idea of having more discussion on this topic, more specifically on actions addressing illegal trade and enhancing the monitoring and enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Maldives. Then Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and the international community. We are taking the floor for the first time in this meeting, so we would wish also to extend our heartfelt and sincere gratitude to the government of Thailand for hosting this colorful event and its hospitality. Mr. Co-Chair, we won't forget the Ozone Secretariat for a splendid job of organizing this meeting. Mr. Co-Chair and the international community, we all understand that this trade in controlled substances is becoming so lucrative these days. So it has attracted a number of international traders. But these businessmen have designed and employed data techniques that circumvent the permitting and licensing systems of the countries that receive the consignments of the controlled substances. Mr. Co-Chair, when they intend to export controlled substances, they first identify countries that have weak regulatory regimes. So they have been targeting those countries which have weak regulatory regimes. And what they do is that they study the national laws to identify the legal requirements, including labeling requirements, standards, and so on and so on. So after that, they print the material data sheets to alter the information therein, and in order to conform with the prescribed national standards prescribed by the national laws of the receiving countries. So they submit to the customs officers false documents. Mr. Co-Chair, since the customs officers at border posts lack the requisite equipment and expertise to verify the information, they end up stamping the documents to allow the consignments to enter the countries. So in that situation, Mr. Co-Chair, it is obvious that the national permitting or licensing systems cannot adequately control the illegal trade as they can be easily circumvented. So, Mr. Co-Chair, to wind up my contribution, on behalf of my country, Tanzania, I call upon the international community to be more vigilant and assist each other, especially those countries which lag behind in terms of technology and expertise. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I am so much obliged.
Thank you, Tanzania, and also on the challenges you face with combating illegal trade. The last on my list is Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Co-Président. Bonjour, chers distingués délégués. Et nous remercions, le Sénégal s'associe aux remerciements adressés au secrétariat de l'Ozone pour la bonne organisation de cette réunion du groupe à composition non limitée, la 45e, mais aussi cette bonne initiative d'avoir organisé cet atelier qui a été bénéfique puisqu'on a appris et on a pu comprendre beaucoup de choses. Sur ce sujet, il y a des acteurs qu'on n'a pas peut-être beaucoup parlé, mais qui sont des réalités pour nos pays. Les douaniers, c'est connu, mais c'est les transitaires. C'est des agents intermédiaires. C'est eux qui pratiquement assurent la plupart des opérations douanières. Et je pense que ce serait bien de les prendre en compte dans nos activités, dans nos plans de lutte contre le commerce illicite. L'autre élément, c'est que nos pays ne sont pas des producteurs, nous sommes des pays importateurs. Ce qui veut dire que si la douane est bien renforcée et les autres corps de contrôle, il n'y a pas que la douane, il y a le commerce intérieur pour nos pays, il y a la gendarmerie de l'environnement pour certains pays. Tous ces corps-là doivent être quand même impliqués et je pense que avant de les impliquer, le fait qu'on participe à ces réunions de haut niveau, on a des informations qu'on peut arriver, une fois arrivé au pays, partager avec ceux qui sont sur place. Donc je pense que c'est une bonne initiative. Et l'autre élément aussi qui a été un point important, c'est le contrôle des zones franches. Et c'est une nouveauté, c'est un point qui a attiré l'attention du Sénégal, c'est que c'est très sensible. La douane peut-être a des prérogatives sur l'ensemble du pays, mais dès l'instant qu'il y a une zone franche, c'est un statut particulier. Mais il arrive, je ne dis pas que toutes les zones franches, que les activités sont illicites, mais il peut y arriver des activités illicites. Mais dans ce cas-là, comment faire et quelles sont les stratégies ou recommandations? Je pense que c'est autant de choses quand même qui ont été sur lesquelles on a discuté. Et on aimerait avoir pour ces spécialistes qui ont eu à faire ces experts, ces présentations, de nous donner plus d'informations pour aussi capaciter nos agents douaniers. Et une fois encore, nous remercions le gouvernement du Royaume de la Thaïlande pour nous avoir accueillis, le secrétariat, mais aussi l'esprit de dialogue et de consensus qui a toujours prévalu dans le cadre du protocole de Montréal. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I see that more delegations requesting for the floor, but we already closed the list, and I would like to put forward, let's say, a proposal. And I think those issues also can then taken up in an informal group that can explore, let's say, the ideas that were raised here and the issues that were raised here in this meeting. And I also heard a delegation that was thinking of, based on the discussions in the group, maybe to prepare a CRP or another way forward. So my proposal is to start a group, informal group, and let's say we will have one time at least, but depending also what time we will end this meeting, the plenary, let's say at least one time. We don't know if we have more time available afterwards, so make good use of that, let's say at least the first meeting. And for the facilitators of the group, I would like to mention that from the Maldives, Miruza Mohammed, and from Denmark, Martin Bjornholz are available. Time and venue of this informal group will then be made available, if that's acceptable to you. Okay. Then we can continue with the next agenda item, and I hand over to my co-chair.
Merci beaucoup, Raph. Nous allons poursuivre les travaux avec l'examination du point 6 à l'ordre du jour, qui concerne les technologies économes en énergie et à potentiel de réchauffement planétaire faible ou nul. Nous allons nous focaliser au premier abord sur le point 6A de l'ordre du jour portant sur le rapport du GETE. En effet, la 34e réunion des parties a pris la décision 34/3 sur l'amélioration de l'accès et la facilitation de la transition vers des technologies économes en énergie et à émissions de gaz à effet de serre faibles ou nuls. Au paragraphe 1A de la décision 34/3, le GETE a été prié d'inclure dans son rapport d'avancement de 2023 des informations sur plusieurs questions pertinentes. En outre, au paragraphe 1B de la décision, le groupe a été prié d'intégrer des mises à jour sur l'efficacité énergétique tout en réduisant progressivement les AGFC dans les secteurs de la réfrigération, de la climatisation et des pompes à chaleur dans ses rapports d'étape et d'évaluation quadriennale à partir de 2023. À cet effet, le GETE a mis en place un groupe de travail pour répondre à cette décision. Et le rapport de ce groupe de travail est inclus dans un supplément distinct au rapport d'avancement 2023 du groupe, disponible sur le portail de la réunion du site web du secrétariat. Un résumé analytique du rapport produit par le groupe de travail figure à l'annexe 2 de l'addendum 2 de la note du secrétariat. Je vais à présent inviter le groupe de travail du GETE sur la tribune et leur demander de nous présenter leur rapport. Après la présentation, nous aurons bien sûr une session de questions et de réponses de clarification. Je vous en prie, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Okay.
Nous allons leur laisser le temps de se concerter. Dès que vous serez prêts, vous nous faites signe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. It's my pleasure to introduce this supplementary report on behalf of the TEEP and its Energy Efficiency Working Group responding to Decision 34.3. This is a complex decision. This is just the chapeau. These are the requests to the Executive Committee, to the Secretariat, to organise a workshop before the MOP, and to parties. And these are the 6 specific requests to the TEEP that we'll be discussing today. TEEP established a working group, detailed here. This is a majority membership of A5 parties and has an equal gender balance. This is the supplementary report structure. On the left are the chapter headings, and on the right, the specific requests in each paragraph and the chapter in which they're addressed. Moving to our presentation. First, in Chapter 1, there are some key messages from previous reports. Energy efficiency provides substantial added value in terms of climate benefit to the Kigali Amendment for the phase-down of HFCs. And although low GWP, high energy efficiency RACHP equipment is now available worldwide, it's not accessible everywhere. Sorry. And we suggested that national ozone units should be coordinating with national energy and climate authorities on some important issues such as policy, avoiding dumping, improving servicing, numbers and quality, and focusing on reducing energy use and refrigerant conservation. In chapters 2 and 3, we introduce a systems-level approach to RACHP equipment, efficiency, that looks at the whole process. This requires an understanding not only of the RACHP equipment performance itself, but also the cooling loads and energy sources. Please do read the report for more details, but first, a few key points. These are just a few of the impacts that the lack of an effective and efficient refrigerated cold chains have in low-income countries. There is a huge economic and health impact. Just 2 examples. We have this rather crazy paradox that in hot low-income countries, only 20% of food gets refrigerated, whereas in much cooler high-income countries, 60% of food gets refrigerated. And secondly, 1.5 million people die of vaccine-preventable diseases at the same time as billions of dollars of vaccines are wasted. Now, food and vaccine loss can be minimized by expanding cold chain infrastructure in a sustainable way, using low GWP and energy efficiency technologies. Cold chains are complex temperature-controlled supply chains On the top panel, going from left to right, so-called farm to fork. And on the bottom panel, vaccines from manufacturer to the patient's arm. Every link in these chains is critical for the whole chain. Break it at one point, and the whole thing falls over, and food and vaccines get wasted. And a critical point, the greatest efficiency is needed at every step to reduce overall energy demand. Same principles apply with space cooling, which uses about 10% of global electricity and is increasing. The cooling load and energy use are lower in efficient buildings, with a focus on design, insulation, leaks, lighting, and windows. There really is synergy with the efficiency of HVAC equipment, which requires a system-level approach to cost effectiveness. So 1 and 1 really can make 4. So for example, in the Build ME project in the Middle East, in residential buildings, they managed to achieve a 75% energy saving through integrated, cost-effective interventions detailed here, of which the efficiency of the HVAC equipment is only one factor. I want to show you one example of a coordinated systems approach, which is the ACES project. And this is designed to develop energy-efficient and climate-friendly cold chains at scale. It's a major collaborative effort between governments, agencies, companies, and academics, mainly funded by the UK at around $20 million. It's a regional model with the hub, I think appropriately, based in Kigali, with so-called specialist outreach and knowledge enterprises, or spokes, in Kenya, Lesotho, and Senegal, and replication in early stages in Haryana and Hyderabad in India. These aims include providing technical business assistance and training, starting right from smallholder farmers and rural communities, building a skilled engineering workforce for installation and maintenance of the whole code chain from that farmer through to the end, optimizing the use of low GWP and high efficiency equipment, and conducting research on the nutritional and health benefits. Foams are an important part of this integrated look. Insulation is a critical component of any system approach to energy efficiency. The foam blowing agent encapsulated inside foams lowers thermal conductivity, which reduces the cooling and heating loads in buildings, and can allow for more storage space in refrigeration equipment. Foams manufactured with low GWP alternative foam blowing agents can achieve similar or better thermal performance than HFCs or HCFCs, unless those foam blowing agent blends are modified to reduce cost. And so, performance-based standards and codes for foam insulation and for products containing foams, such as refrigerators, setting minimum thermal conductivity requirements are needed to eliminate that risk. And I hand on now to Omar. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. I would like to also acknowledge my colleagues here on the stage and also those who were not able to join us in Bangkok. This was really a collaborative effort. The working group provided updates on availability, accessibility, and cost of equipment containing low or zero global warming potential refrigerants. In Chapter 4 of the report, we provided some high-level key messages here. We found that lower cost equipment with lowest possible efficiency, like minimum energy performance standard level, generally dominate the market. Manufacturers are typically faced with the choice of either buying higher efficiency technologies or components or building the internal capacity, and they have to strategically decide whether to buy or make them. The IPCC AR6 synthesis report supports the conclusion that concerted effort on energy efficiency and low GWP actions can reduce cost and produce better results. We also found that certified labels enable trusted choice through mandatory or voluntary certification schemes. Upgrading technicians' knowledge spreads awareness. Technicians' certification improves operational practices and implementation of efficiency retrofits reduce energy consumption. Small and medium enterprises in the assembly sector can benefit from regional centers of excellence, and performing demonstration or end-user projects enhance their capability. Also, electrical incompatibility restricts accessibility in some regions. For electric vehicles, there is a fast growth in the switch towards heat pump technology with a focus on using lower GWP refrigerants. Another potential cost-saving opportunity is the use of waste heat and waste cold recovery technology. This is an integrated approach to energy systems which reduces the need for energy generation, adds flexibility, and reduces emissions. TEEP also looked at testing equipment and procedures for validation of energy efficiency claims to enforce minimum energy efficiency standards and labels and voluntary labeling programs. This is detailed in Chapter 5 of the report. This figure shows the general ecosystem for the energy efficiency, including MEPS, testing and certification, measurement, verification, and enforcement. We found that measurement, verification, and enforcement are really important for energy efficiency ecosystem. However, the cornerstone of which are the energy test methods, which should evolve to adapt with new products and technology development. They also require qualified testing facilities, laboratories, test equipment, trained personnel, and operating procedures. Certifying and enforcing compliance safeguard energy efficiency-related climate and cost savings. Also, product registration is effective in tracking compliance. On this slide, we show an example for the variation in just one product. We pick here room air conditioners, test standards in 8 countries. They are using 3 different reference standards and have 8 different energy efficiency metrics. This makes global competition only possible for large manufacturers with significant resources and reduces global competition. This chart shows the need for harmonization. Here we show that setting up test laboratories can be quite resource expensive, as shown on these figures for air conditioners and refrigerators. Some options for low-cost, high-quality testing include pooling the resources of neighboring countries by forming regional testing laboratories relying on existing test facilities from the country of origin and cooperating with existing test laboratories in the private sector or at technical universities. Certification and compliance is an important component. It can be achieved via supplier's declaration or conformity, or supplier's declaration of conformity, or third-party testing and certification. This table, which you can also find detailed in the report, provides all the information on how to achieve the certification and compliance and the benefits on each path. In Chapter 6, we discuss barriers to consumer and business acceptance of the adoption of more energy-efficient products and equipment containing low or zero global warming potential refrigerants and potential means to address them. We found that dumping of low energy efficient products in low-income countries where the lack of knowledge and high cost of purchase for energy equipment is the main barrier. Some ways to overcome these barriers include consumer education, reducing the investment risk through mechanisms such as rebates, on-bill financing, and others. Also, including better regulation and enforcement, like banning import of used equipment, developing maps, investment in measurement, verification, and enforcement, also upgrading and developing training materials for technicians. For Chapter 7, we were tasked to look into the potential co-benefits, and here we took two approaches. First, a global scale using the HFC Outlook model, and project level using the joint investment framework. On a global scale, our modeling showed that RAC HP growth is massive. This is driven by wealth and population in warm, hot regions. Under the business as usual scenario, the cooling capacity grows by a factor of 3 between 2020 and 2050. Even higher growth may occur due to rising global temperatures and improved access to cooling. Without improved energy efficiency, energy use will also rise by a factor of 3. This would result in significant CO2 emissions, very large investment in new power plants, and leaving end users facing high energy costs. Modeling shows that energy efficiency policies can significantly reduce energy consumption in the future. As shown by the yellow line here, even with a factor of 3 increase in global cooling capacity, the global energy consumption is increased by only 8% under the high energy efficiency gain scenario. Investment in RAC HP energy efficiency creates significant power generation savings. Global peak power requirements will be reduced by 1 to 1.5 terawatts, avoiding building 1,000 to 1,500 large power stations, each with 1,000 megawatt. Savings 2 to 3 trillion US dollars. This chart shows that the comfort cooling has larger impact compared with cold chain applications. When looking at the indirect greenhouse gas emissions, it is important to consider the electric grid carbon emissions. It is also important to understand that future electricity decarbonization pathways and their impact on the future prediction. Countries have different electricity grid carbon factors and plans for decarbonization. Some have plans for zero carbon grids by 2035. Some have plans for zero carbon grid by 2100 or even later. Kigali amendments to the Montreal Protocol effectively phases down the direct emissions as shown by the reduction in the blue area shown on this diagram. To maximize the environmental co-benefits, we need to improve the RAC HP energy efficiency in order to curb the orange area shown on the graph. As shown in the year 2050, The remaining direct emissions are the most important to work on, and this is the heart of the Montreal Protocol. Cost modeling is crucial for valuing energy efficiency investment that depend on multiple factors such as climate, income, electricity prices, hours of use, electricity grid carbon emissions, and the cost of labor and capital. Standard setting bodies conduct analysis of the cost to manufacturers and cost to consumers for the revision of minimum energy performance standards or energy efficiency labels, as shown on this chart for the joint investment framework that is used and detailed in the report. In Chapter 8, we tracked the range of and trends in refrigerants, global warming potential, and energy efficiency of refrigeration, air conditioning, and heat pump equipment, for which there are available data as requested by the decision. On this slide, we see the status of MEPS for room air conditioner, domestic refrigeration, and commercial refrigeration globally, indicated by green color where it is mandatory, light green where it is voluntary, or blue where it is being worked on. Parties with no data are shown in gray. There is a general trend towards increasing adoption of MEPS for room air conditioners and domestic refrigerators, as shown on the top left and right respectively. Commercial refrigeration MEPS are still in progress as shown in the map on the bottom right. It is important to note that many Article 5 parties lack regulatory development capacity. There is an ongoing need for technical assistance and financing in this area. There is a global trend towards the use of lower GWP refrigerants driven by the Kigali amendments to the Montreal Protocol. We can see on this table that there is a general trend of increasing adoption of inverter-driven room air conditioners. This trend of increasing energy efficiency is general across other rack HP equipment. In Chapter 9, TEEP presents two examples for the parties to consider to estimate the cost for implementing energy efficiency while phasing down high global warming potential refrigerants. We use the terminology of additional capital and operational cost to fund energy efficiency to differentiate from the incremental capital and operational cost used for the chemical conversion funding. Then we presented two approaches. The first is a conventional approach A, based on traditional incremental cost, and a novel approach B, based on potential improvement in energy efficiency, and we called it improvement-linked incentive. Under approach B, we pay a certain percentage of the additional cost for the beneficiary based on the start and end energy efficiency levels compared with international levels and the capability of the beneficiary. This approach provides the highest incentive to those who need it the most, beneficiaries starting with the lowest energy efficiency capability and planning to achieve the maximum energy efficiency benefit. This raises the capability to make higher energy efficiency products of these beneficiaries and remove the barriers to raising MEPS and enable the greatest benefits. On this chart, we see the business as usual scenario for a manufacturing party in a developing region. The government is regulating to at a lower minimum energy performance standard in order to accommodate SMEs and low energy efficiency capability manufacturers. As such, the important countries and LVCs in the same region would only have access to low efficiency equipment. In this optional funding approach, we can achieve higher MEPS level on a regional basis. This approach would target funding to enterprises with lower energy efficiency capabilities. The manufacturing party and LVCs will be able to regulate to higher MEPS, and LVCs will have access to higher energy efficiency technologies. Funding energy efficiency matters. This chart shows the technology learning curves, which shows that additional energy efficiency costs are expected to decrease as enterprises learn by doing and increase capacity. It is important to note that it can take several years for companies to recoup the initial investment. CEC noted on this chart refers to central air conditioners, and RAC refers to room air conditioners. Now I hand over the stage to my co-chair.
Thank you very much, Omar, for doing the lion's share of the presentation. I also want to echo what Omar said about the team we have with us. We have about half the team, and they've been fantastic in bringing new skills, I think, to this agenda. So our conclusions are as follows: to understand and realize the full synergy for energy efficiency, a systems approach is required for both building, cooling, and cold chains. The energy efficiency co-benefit during HFC phase down is not yet being achieved, where the major growth of RAC HP is taking place in many A5 parties. Synergy between energy efficiency improvements and high global warming potential refrigerant transition would result in the greatest climate benefit at the lowest cost. By 2050, energy savings could result in a staggering number, really, of $3 trillion savings by avoiding the building of 1,500 new power plants. And finally, we presented some options for funding, one of which was an incentive-linked funding approach to improve energy efficiency. We describe this as having the potential to maximize the climate co-benefit. Thank you for your attention.
Nous remercions le groupe de travail du GETE pour son excellent travail et la présentation de son rapport. C'est un travail très fouillé, riche en informations et qui nous ont donné beaucoup d'éléments instructifs. Initialement, il est prévu que nous ayons une session de questions-réponses pour des éclaircissements sur la présentation qui a été faite. Mais quand nous regardons aussi à notre montre, nous sommes presque à 13 heures. Et étant donné qu'il est prévu une pause déjeuner à 13 heures, nous suggérons que nous ayons d'abord à la pause déjeuner et qu'à notre retour à 15 heures, nous reprenions avec la session de questions-réponses. Je pense que cette proposition sied aux partis et si les partis adhèrent à cette proposition, nous allons dire que nous arrivons ainsi à la fin de la séance de la matinée. Mais avant la pause déjeuner, je voudrais demander au secrétariat s'il y a des annonces.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good afternoon, delegates. The Secretariat would like to assure our funded participants that we are working closely with our Geneva colleagues to resolve the issue of the cash upload on the cards with the Swiss bankers. We sincerely apologize to our participants for the inconvenience this delay has caused. We thank you for your understanding. Thank you.